Um, Tonight I am going to finish off the Arkworld Lowlander. Well, apart from his base, I'm going to do all the battle boxes together. Let me turn off my channel. There we go, don't want an echo. I'm going to finish, oh well no, I'm not going to finish because there's loads of them, but I'm going to continue working on the Battle for Trowbridge halflings. But first of all, I am going to take part in the 20-minute challenge, the Ace Paint set. We were to choose any miniature and paint it in 20 minutes. That was about the rules really. Primed, and I think that was about it. So I think I'm ready. I'm going to use my airbrush for some of it, maybe or most of it. I don't know if that's cheating or not. It didn't say in the rules that I couldn't. So I have rigged up a countdown over here. So let's set it to 20 minutes until the eggs are cooked. And let's go, I suppose. Get that screen out of the way so I can see what I'm doing. Right then, airbrush. What was I going to do? I was going to paint it this colour first. Okay, so I am going for Lagoon Blue by Badger Minotaur, and to save time I'm not even going to bother watering it down. I'm going to have it high PSI. Come on, get the black primer out that was in there before. Let's go. So the high PSI of around 40 is enabling me to spray this quite thick. Well, it's airbrush paint anyway, so it's not that thick, but I would normally water this down, but for this challenge I'm not bothering. Get a nice even base coat. That should do for that. Just adding, what am I adding now? Spellsinger Blue by Badger again, just to lighten it a little bit. Come on, come on, come on. Don't you block on me. It's thinking about blocking. Got my handy toothbrush out there ready to clean the needle. Okay, let's try and lighten that even more. Going for sky blue now. So this is what the airbrush is designed for. Well, one of its major attractions, speeding up painting. How long would it have taken to do that with the brush? Come on, don't you dare. Where's my toothbrush? No, no, toothbrush. Aha, there it is. Bit of isopropyl alcohol. Get that needle clean. Try not to spray it on the camera. That's better. Right, we need to go much lighter than that. The problem with this speed painting is that normally I would be using far less paint than this, but to save time I'm just throwing it into the airbrush. Where's my chat gone? Can't see if anybody's joined me. Ah, Scarred Star, how are you doing? You've come just at the right time. We are, probably got about 16 minutes left. I'm taking part in a speed challenge set by Ace Paints, part of the Brush Lickers team. This is, I keep blocking the light. Let me see if I can do any wasting time. Have we blocked? Have we blocked? Yep. Come on, airbrush. Don't let me down. No, we're going to have to go lighter than this, I think. I need an assistant to keep an eye on the clock for me. Shout the time out. Just empty some of this paint out. There's too much in there. It's funny how when speed comes to it you start to panic. I'm losing my brushes, I can't find my paints. yeah, it is such a good tool as an airbrush. If you haven't got one already, I highly recommend it. Not just for painting things fast like this, but even just priming your models, you get such a smoother finish, and you can zenithal prime them as well. Right, I'm going to try and just concentrate on his face a little bit, because that's where our human eyes tend to concentrate on ourselves. So I'm going to bring a bit of attention to the... Oh, come on, airbrush, what? This is the only downside of airbrushing, is the cleaning and blocking that you've got to avoid. Now, I did say at the beginning I'm using thicker paint than normal just to try and speed things up. I'm getting splatter everywhere now. They're going too fast, but I'm cocked up there a bit. I'm going to leave the splatter. Animals are speckled. They're not perfectly painted, are they? It's an animal. So I'm going to leave that. I'm not going to be too overly bothered. What we're on, got about 30 minutes left. Taking too long on this white, on this blue. Clean the needle. Come on. It's actually quite difficult airbrushing over a camera. I know I'm getting in the way of the light, blocking the light. Let me, I don't think there's much I can do about that. I'm silently crying inside at the amount of paint I'm throwing into this airbrush. I'm normally quite conservative, but to aid me in this challenge of doing it as fast as possible, I'm just throwing it in. Paints are expensive. You've got to don't want to waste them, but this is too much fun. Oh, it's splattering everywhere. Hopefully I'll get away with that. It's, I'll just say it's texture. Okay, don't think we can spend any more time on that blue. Let's finish that, clean the brush for the next colour. Minutes left, goodness me. 20 minutes is going to fly. So anyone joining doesn't know what's going on, I have accepted a 20-minute painting challenge from Ace Paints, one of the fellow brush lickers here on Twitch. We had to choose any miniature, didn't matter what, as long as we painted it in 20 minutes. Didn't say I couldn't use my airbrush, so why not? Letting me down. It's blocked. That's what you get for using thick paint. It's actually the primer that I didn't clean up properly earlier. Okay. Next is I need to quickly do some masking, so I'm going to do some stripes on his legs. I'll do a few on camera. This was probably a mistake. This will probably take me half an hour. Come on, masking tape. Ah. Okay, might just do those two large legs to save time. We'll see how much time I've got remaining. So the front two large legs perhaps are going to have stripes on them. Three stripes per leg. Can't even remember how many stripes I'm using. I'm in that much of a panic to get this done. Come on. Come on, masking tape. How long have I got left? 6 minutes. That'll have to do, just those legs, I think. Shall we? No, I can't resist. I want it to look nice. Let's do a stripe on there. Come on, come on. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Right, that'll do. Leg colour. I'm going for pumpkin by Minotaur, Badger Minotaur. How long we got left? 5 minutes. This is going to be close. This is going to be close. Come on, orange, come on. Oh, why does the airbrush block? No, 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 no. I should have cleaned that primer out properly earlier. This could be my downfall. Here we go, come on. Oof, it's coming out too fast now. Oh, it's blocked. No, disaster, come on. What's that saying about blaming your tools? Should have cleaned it. How long we got left? Oh, 3 minutes, 3 minutes, 3 minutes. Okay, okay. I'm going to do him some red eyes. Get a red. Oh, that's not good, that red. Blooming Vallejo always separates. Let's get this red. So, people who have seen me paint before know that I always water my paints down, but I'm not right now. Okay, while that's drying, let's do somewhere else. I need a white. Where's my white? How long's left? About 3 minutes. Just make these crystals shine a bit. This is an arachnid from the game Ark World. I believe these are the arcanite crystals embedded in its body. Let's try and get out some white dots on these eyes. Paint's dried on my brush. Okay, let's take this, how long we got left? Seconds to go. Oh, I should have got my tweezers ready. Try and get this masking tape off. Shouldn't have been a smart ass and tried to be clever. What was that? Is that my 20 minutes up? Yeah. 20 minutes is up. Let's get this masking tape off. Is that classed as painting, taking masking tape off? Maybe I'll get disqualified, I don't know. Well, there we go. That was my 20-minute challenge of a blue and orange stripy leg spider from Ark World. I will post that up on the challenge. I'm not sure how I exactly do that, but I'll do that later. Whew. Panic over. Right, I'll just get the airbrush cleaned and get back onto some normal painting. Put some music on as well. Ha, Gate Mice, you've come in. Ha ha ha. Just too late, fella. But I'm kind of glad that you weren't there to see me panicking for 20 minutes. What's that, man? 20 minutes would have been one coat for me. Well, that's the beauty of an airbrush. So yeah, orange and blue stripy legged spider in 20 minutes. Quite pleased with that. It was quite a funny experience. Lesson learned, make sure your airbrush is clean before you start a 20-minute challenge. Okay, I'm just going to clean my airbrush, but I'll put some music on for you guys while we're waiting. While you're waiting for me to clean my airbrush. In fact, let's put the lowlander in shot. He can be taking on the spider. Giving him the bird. You're having some. That was good fun. So Guy Mice, you're pretty Twitch savvy. The instructions of the challenge said I had to put it in my highlights. I mean, I'm sure I can find some instructions, but I wasn't really sure what that was. Okay, I'm just going to strip the airbrush down now and put it in a bath of isopropyl alcohol to get it nice and clean, which I should have done before the challenge. I snuck into my office and primed the spider just before I was taking the dog out for a walk, and then the dog was crossing his legs and crying, so I put my airbrush down and forgot to clean the primer out. And that's what caused problems in the challenge, but I think it's okay. You can SCAD start. My robot moderator will probably stop you, but it'll appear in my log later, so I'll be able to access it there, so thank you very much for that, that'll be helpful. Okay, let's move this light back. Hey Fuzzy, so stressful to watch. Was it? It was stressful to do, and it was supposed to be fun. It was fun, but I was panicking, wasn't I? I don't know if I dare watch it back. I'm quite looking forward to finishing it off another time. It's actually going to be quite a nice colour scheme. Actually, I was researching some real spiders earlier in the day, and there was a really nice orange and blue one I saw on the internet, so that's what I've gone for. It's got a very vicious stinger on the back. Right, let's move on to what I'll put that there. Just put that in the background. Put that in the background watching us. I'm going to try and just want to do some final highlights on this Lowlander. I've had some feedback from a few people saying that I could probably push the highlights a bit further in a few places. Alright, thank you SCAD Star, that was really kind of you. Oh, I'm still buzzing from that challenge. Let's put my normal scene back on now. Try and sort this light out. There we go. So this is what's called the Arkworld Lowlander for the game Arkworld. Well, he's actually from the Albionicans, which are like the humans. Sorry, just turn it upside down to get an angle on that, which are the humans in the game. I haven't actually seen him perform too well in battle, because the two demos I ran with him, he got in one of them, in fact I think in both of them he got eaten by a troll, and one of them I think the troll spat him off the board, which auto killed him. So but the stats on him look amazing, so lesson learned. Keep him away from big bad trolls and put him into action maybe somewhere else, or kill the troll first perhaps. Boyzie says it'll look cool when I rock the base. Yeah, it will, won't it? Yeah, really. It's kind of all blended into one at the moment. Scad Styes, getting my Guild Ball team sometime next week, so I'm hyped to paint them. Nice one. Who did you go for? I had the strangest Guild Ball experience this week. One of, I don't know if you follow him on Facebook, Guild Ball Informer contacted me and said, "Oi, what are you doing selling one of your teams? I had first dibs if you were going to sell your fisherman's team." I said, "What are you on about?" He says, "Oh, you're selling it on Facebook." I said, "Well, number one, I don't have a fisherman's team, and number two, I'm not selling one on eBay." But it turned out it was one that I'd done as a commission for somebody, and they're selling it now. Oh, come on, I just can't get this lighting right. Try putting it over my other shoulder. Whacking me in the face. Let's try that. The butchers. So yeah, they're a bit of a brutal playing style. I've seen some really good goals for the butchers on the internet. I think one was like a butcher's block, and this guy had sculpted his own like carcasses and stuff for it. It was really good. I need to stop painting this soon. I've been playing around with it for far too long. Sometimes you've just got to stop. Problem I find with doing really fine detail on camera is I have to hold my breath, and it's not very entertaining for you guys. Well, it might be entertaining if I turn blue and pass out perhaps. I just lost the enthusiasm for painting before Christmas, but seeing those models has got my interest again. I still need to finish my Dreadfleet ships. Yeah, they're absolutely beautiful miniatures, aren't they? Guild Ball, they'd inspire anyone to start painting again, I think. Dreadfleet. Is that quite an old game, or did they re-release it? I remember some kind of Games Workshop. Oh no, am I thinking Man of War? Was there a game called Man of War? Is Dreadfleet different? I do really like the idea of a sailing battle game. I've played quite a few space ones like X-Wing and what's the larger Star Wars one? I can't remember, but you probably know what I mean. Okay. I think I'm nearly done with this guy. I spotted a mistake somewhere earlier. Yep, just below the pommel of his sword there's a bit of silver got onto the handle. Ah, so it was Man of War. I used to really like the look of that. Never got around to playing it though. I've seen some on the internet. I've seen some excellent boards for Man of War, like pirate coves and things like that. Might get my fingers in the way here. I have to get a strange angle in on this sword to paint it. So if anyone's painting anything tonight, you can Instagram or tweet it to me using hashtag Boyzie2000UK and it'll appear in the top right hand corner. Where you can currently see my silly face popping up now and again. So is anyone painting anything at the moment? Guy Mice must be painting something. He's never not got a brush in his hand. Although he won't be painting eyeballs, will he? Shocking confession he made yesterday, I think it was, or the day before. Never painted an eye. I'm just going to try and darken the shadows on this plume to make it pop a little bit more. Just something not quite right with it. Yeah, you made me drop onto my hobgoblins. not sure what that means. Oh, I see. You've started painting them. Hobgoblins for what game? Ark World or Fantasy Battle? Although it's not called that anymore, is it? Is it Age of Sigmar? Well, if you are painting some hobgoblins, tweet or Instagram me a picture with Boyzie, hashtag Boyzie2000UK, and they'll appear on screen. Oh, before I forget, just remind all you followers that this month I'm doing a giveaway. Oh, talking of Guild Ball, you'll like this. This is for the butchers. Who was that? Scarred Star, you're going to like this. If you're following me, at the end of this month I'm giving away this model. It's a limited edition Guild Ball boiler for the butchers, I believe. Just to say thank you for the warm welcome I've had from everyone and all the help people have been giving me to settle in and get my stream up. Cheers, Sage. Fozzie, you're an Ark World player, good man. Haha, I thought that might catch your attention, Scarred Star. Yeah, so he's going to be going out to a follower at the end of this month just to say thank you. So good luck, Scarred Star, go nicely with your butchers. Cheers, Sage. So Fozzie, have we met? Because I've done quite a few of the Ark World demos at the conventions and stuff. I think that plume is looking a bit better now, it's got a bit more contrast in the shadows. Sage, were you around for the 20-minute challenge? It was stressful. I think I might have cheated a little bit because I used my airbrush, but Fozzie will recognise this from Ark World. It's an arachnid. I'm quite pleased with that in 20 minutes. You allowed to give away, Sage, what you're planning to do for the challenge? Or maybe don't. Be a pleasant surprise. I've got some stripes developing on the sword from all the transitions I've been playing around with. I'm going to have to do a filter over the top of them. So if people aren't aware of what a filter is, it's you use a really watered down paint and build it up in layers to It's hard to describe really. I suppose if you're doing a transition from dark blue to light blue and you wanted to smoothen it out even more, if you held a clear plastic blue film in front of it and looked through it, it would smooth out that blend, and that's what I'm going to try and achieve with paint. So just thin translucent layers, maybe 4 or 5, just to try and smooth out that blend. It's a bit patchy. Nope, we've not met yet anyways. Boyzie. Well, if you come to Salute this year, I think I'm going to be there again helping Alex and Arcworld out, doing some demos, so that'll be good. Oh, Nurgle. Oh, I think a Nurgle deserves more than 20 minutes, mate. I would love to see you paint that Nurgle, but not in 20 minutes. I love Nurgle. So my vote would go for the White Scar, just for my own selfish reasons. So the only problem with this filter now is it's matting down the silver. So I'm going to have to probably go back with some silver again in those areas. Who else has done completed the 20-minute challenge? Sage? I think I yeah, well, I don't think, I know I did. I watched Dendra's early today. I think he was doing a Terminator. Hey Doomlark, thanks for the follow. You're now in with a chance of winning my limited edition boiler. I'll just bring that up. So all followers this month are in the chance of winning this. Just to say a thank you for the warm welcome I've had on Twitch and all the people that have been helping me and making me feel welcome. So that's available, but watch out for Scarred Star. He's just ordered a butcher's team for Guild Ball, so he'll be after you. Hey Halo, hey Doom. So yeah, all you followers are winning a chance of winning that randomly at the end of this month. But I know Scarred Star's drooling over it currently for his Guild Ball team. So for those guys who have just joined, you may have missed right at the beginning. I took part in a 20-minute challenge. I decided to paint this spider, which was you'll have to watch it back, the first 20 minutes of this stream when it's on the in the archive. Because me panicking, airbrush blocking, but I think it's turned out not too bad for 20 minutes. Doing some blender work. What's the 20-minute challenge? So one of the fellow brush lickers that are on Twitter here sent me a message last night, and I think he'd set it to everyone else. We had to paint a model in 20 minutes. So that was my attempt, was the spider. So what's blender work? Oh, Blender's, isn't that's 3D software or something like that, isn't it? If you're a talented 3D artist, you're about to get a load of miniature painters and collectors about to ask you to make them some 3D models to print. So already I think that filter's smoothing out that sword the blend was a bit patchy, but the only, like I said, the only problem is it's matting down the silver now. I made vinyl figures and such. Cool. And have you been broadcasting that in the creative section on Twitch? I need to start browsing around a little bit more in Twitch, but there's that many miniature painters on here now. Every minute of the day, I think, I turn Twitch on, there's somebody painting, which is great. I mean, I think I've only been on here a week, and the community seems to have grown already. So this guy, I don't know if you can hear him singing in the background, is my friend Alan. I was really struggling to find some music for my streams because YouTube and Twitch kept muting it because I was using copyrighted stuff. Even stuff that said it was non-copyright, turned out that Twitch and YouTube didn't like it. So I remembered my friend Alan was a musician and got in contact with him and explained my predicament, and he's kindly sent me a few tracks and he's going to work on a few more for me, and he said he's going to knock up a website for anyone else on Twitch who wants to use them. So I'll put that in my description when he's ready, in my profile I mean. Doomlock into Warhammer Fantasy, starting War Machine. Oh man, I used to love War Machine. I used to play it religiously every week, several times a week. And then I discovered Malifaux, and it kind of tempted me away from, I'll just let that other side dry, tempted me away from War Machine. But yeah, I had quite a big Kador army and mercenaries. Was it Gorton Grundback, I think he was called, and then I got into Hordes as well, so the Troll Bloods. Halo's computer can't handle Blender and streaming. Oh, what a shame. Okay, I think that's enough of the filter over that sword now. Smoothed it out a little bit, it's still not perfect, but I think I'm spending too much time on this model. I've got loads more to paint for this box set, so I'll save the silvers for later. I don't want to contaminate my water, so maybe time to move on to the halflings now. So bear with me while I go grab the halflings. Ow. So I'll put him over there for now. So these are the halflings from Battle for Trollbridge that I'm painting up at the moment. I think the Kickstarter for it goes live on the 22nd of Feb, something like that. Where's my fellow Arcworld player in the room? He'll probably put me right. Fuzzy. Let's catch up on some comments. Would you do a basing demo at some point? Of course, Scarred Star, yeah, definitely. It's one of my favourite parts of the hobby, to be honest. Basing, it never used to be. Fallen in love with it over the past couple of years, really enjoy it. So yeah, definitely. What I'm doing is I'm painting all these models first and then going to do all the basing together, but I'll post some on Facebook just to give the heads up that I'm going to be doing the basing that particular day. Doomlock, yeah, Malifaux is my next year project. It's a great game, really good, amazing models as well. I love Steelhead Mercs, but I also have a few Ruliks and Pirates painted. Yeah, so mine were a Rulik crew. So where did I get up to? Oh, viewers who were watching the other day, and I was having a meltdown because I'd lost this guy. He's turned up, so I need to bring him, I need to get him to catch up with the rest of the team because they've all had their tops painted green while he's behind. He was in my dice bag. Somehow he'd got in there from me doing the demos with these at York. So I was panicking, but luckily I found him. Just hope I can remember how I mix the paint together. It's not the end of the world if I don't. So my favourite War Machine miniature of all time, it's quite an old miniature now, but I absolutely love painting it, was the Widowmaker's captain or sergeant. It was an absolutely brilliant model, absolutely brilliant. Tuesday, 8 PM, Aqua Kickstarter 2 launches. Thank you, Fozzie, I knew I could rely on you. So these guys are all coming out on Tuesday. Oh no, what am I doing? I'm doing the hood a different colour. Second brush rescuing me there. Get rid of the paint. Still haven't decided what colour I'm doing the hood. I just know I want to do them a different colour. Yeah, check it out, Sage. It's a good fun game. Some quite unique miniatures and models. You've seen the troll, right? I'll just go get the troll. Old grog. That's the troll from the Kickstarter, Old Grog. So the Kickstarter's called Battle for Troll Bridge, and this is the troll that lives under the bridge. And you get 4 different factions in the box. The orcs are trying to gain control of the bridge, and the halflings and the Albionicans are coming to take the bridge from the orcs. And obviously, Old Grog's not he's not happy about what's going on on his bridge. Dual wielding cleaver. No, she was kind of she was a female widowmaker and carrying a massive sniper rifle. I love this little halfling whispering. Get 'em, he's whispering. Get them orcs. Ah, thanks Doom. What does NVM mean? I'm learning all sorts of internet languages since I've been on Twitch. What have I learned so far? BRB, be right back. What was it? Something, I'm away from the keyboard. Can't remember what that was. NVM. Nope. No, I don't know. Away from keyboard, AFK, never mind. Oh, of course. How have I survived on the internet without knowing any of this stuff before? Is it particular to... I guess it can't be particular to Twitch. Maybe the online gaming community maybe, or any chat room I suppose. Yeah, I don't suppose I've been in that many chat rooms before. Mainly forums, and I guess you don't need to let people know you're away from the keyboard in a forum. So I think maybe I will do their trousers the same colour as the hoods, sometimes it's nice to have like a light dark light going on a model. You need to learn the very basic ones at least. Well, I'm getting there.
This town needs an enemy.
So while that's drying, let's think about a colour for the hoods. I want to maintain an earthy kind of feel for these. These halflings are the rangers. Maybe a leather colour, perhaps. Where's my leather gone? There it is. So Gate Mice, are you doing the 20-minute challenge? Have you done it? Also, the Sicarian Infiltrator's done image in the Twitter carousel. Oh, brilliant! Let's keep an eye out for that. There's Dendra's horrible tyrannid monster. Not horrible in paint job, just horrible in a thing of nightmares. Any ideas what you're going to paint for it, Gate Mice, or is it a surprise? It was good fun. I enjoyed it. It's something I wouldn't have made myself do, so it's nice to be challenged sometimes. Well, I think I like this this colour for the hood. Probably use it through the trousers as well. Has anyone played The Division yet? Tom Clancy's Division. I had a little go of it yesterday. It was, I mean, I'm not a big gamer normally, but I've been trying to get back into gaming recently, and I downloaded the beta on the PC, and you know, really enjoyed it. Really atmospheric, really realistic world. It was really good. Since I'm such a slow painter, I'll need to science the out of it. I've looked around in the bits box for something to ruin. I think I'll paint a Skaven clan rat. Cool, good idea. Just throw loads of mud and grime at it. It's been living in the sewers after all. Watch more. That's the problem with Twitch, isn't it? You watch more gaming, more painting than you actually do of those things. And for anyone who was watching the other day and I was ranting on about a game that I'd been playing with my little boy and I couldn't remember the name of it, I'm sure my mind's turning to goo. I keep forgetting all sorts of things, but I find it was the Guiana Sisters. It was quite a good fun game to just a quite simple platformer, but it was good fun. But yeah, it was like that scene from Reservoir Dogs when the boss guy at the beginning, can't remember his name, was reading out of his diary and they're all taking the mick out of him because he can't remember the name of the person. That was me. So what I'm doing now is, this is quite watered down, this colour. I'm just kind of almost penciling it in, just a thin wash to see what it looks like. See if I don't like it, you know, it hasn't taken too long and it's not a big thick layer that I need to worry about, but I think I like this colour. Anybody see that guy painting the Rackham miniature today? He was a great painter on Twitch. Again, my memory fails me, I can't remember what he was called. I miss Rackham. There's such good miniatures. Well, I guess you can still get hold of quite a few of them, but just realised I missed the right arm of this guy the other day. I'll have to paint that now. And the left arm. Anyone seen Deadpool yet? I really want to go see it. I've heard great things about it. I love this guy's little hat. Is it a helmet? Oh, it's a pan! Ha! It's like a wok. Oh, that's going to be cool to paint. I thought it was like a little beanie, wool beanie hat, but it's like, there's two little handles there. It's a wok, or something like that. In the game, the halflings are not very good at magic, but they have their kind of wizard in the game is the cook, and he slips a bit of the in the game Aqua. The magic is contained in these crystals, and he grinds them up and puts them in the meal, and hilarious concoctions are created during the game from these meals. So I suppose that's this halfling's maybe borrowed a pan off the cook. had the chance to sit down and see it yet, but it's on my list for certain. Guy Mike says it is well worth seeing. I saw a video on Facebook today. It was like a mashup of Walking Dead and Deadpool. It was it The Walking Deadpool or something like that it was called, and I think it was footage of Michonne, her blade chopping into zombies, and then Deadpool jumping around as if it was him chopping up all these zombies. It actually looked really good. Good night, Scad Star. Thanks for following, and you know, pop back in another time and you might find out you've won that boiler. But enjoy your Guild Ball team nonetheless. So I'm slowly but surely heading towards 100 followers. I mean, I'm only in the 60s now, but I can't believe it how quickly it's built up over, I think it's about a week and a half I've been going now. It's amazing, really. It's certainly inspired me to get much more painting done than I would normally. Sorry, keep knocking the camera, getting my fingers in the way. I'm surprised people follow me when I'm so terrible at keeping the miniature in shot and my fingers out of it, so I do appreciate you guys keeping me company. Try and repay you with a few tips here and there of what I'm doing. So that first layer was very light. Just going back with a second layer now because I have decided that I like this colour. It's deep leather brown by Foundry, number 45. Really like Foundry paints. I'm not sure if it's because I'm just used to, I've been using them so long now, but they seem to really work for me, and I've got a really big palette range and they're quite reasonably priced. They're not the cheapest, but they're certainly not the most expensive, and they last for ages. Some of my Foundry paints have probably had about 15 years, still going strong. Oh, Guy Mice, thank you. Did that flash up on the screen? I wasn't watching. I do have Twitch alerts. I can't remember if it flashes up when someone hosts me, but thank you very much. So, are you not streaming tonight, mate, or have you been streaming today? I've been tuning into Twitch quite a few times throughout the day and haven't seen you. Well, this is going to be one of my regular slots now. I've put a schedule on my profile. It's going to be Sunday nights 8 while 11, maybe a bit later depending on how I feel. Monday, same again, 8 while 11. And then I'm going to be trialling from the 16th of, I think it's the 16th of March, Wednesday afternoons, and then the odd random one, maybe the early morning like I've been doing before the kids get up. chilling on a weekend. So chilling, painting, or do you do other things? Any other hobbies? Are you cursed like me? I've got loads of hobbies. Can't find the time to do them all, but I'm quite into my fly fishing and cycling, although I've been a bit put off since I got knocked off the other day. Mountain biking, running. Haven't been able to do much running recently because my knee's hurting. I do some triathlons in the summer, so I love my swimming as well. Do a lot of hiking, video games, wargaming. Gaming club on a Sunday. So, from what I know of you guys, I'm guessing a bit of 40k then, because that's what you've been painting up. I won my game against Ravengard today. It was such a close call and such a fun game. They are the best games, aren't they? You know, if you get your butt kicked, it doesn't really make for always a good game, or if you kick someone else's butt, unless you're that type of person, it doesn't make for a good game. It's always those close ones, isn't it, that are better. Sage wishes he had a gaming club. All my friends don't really play anymore. Whereabouts do you live, Sage? That's a shame that you don't have a gaming club. We talked about this before, actually. It's ringing a bell now. I think you've mentioned before about struggling to find fellow gamers. I'm in Southern California. I guess that's a big place, isn't it? So I would imagine there are some somewhere, but travelling around, I understand, in America is can be a challenge. There's such long distances. I remember when I was in the States for a little holiday, I was hiking over there in the Rocky Mountains. By myself. I just took a rucksack and a tent, and in the first week I was just acclimatising to the altitude because it was making me sick a bit, and really kind people would constantly pull over and offer me a lift, and because they said they weren't used to seeing people just walking around, and eventually people were like, oh, you're the British guy that's walking everywhere, aren't you? It was really funny. What song is this? Halo Buddy is asking. Let me have a quick look. These are some tunes. It took me ages to find some. What's playing now? It's called Diddy Kong Racing. Hi There, by Benjamin Briggs. If you Google Benjamin Briggs and type in Twitch music, he appeared on a few threads I saw on Reddit, looking at finding non-copyright music. And he was quite happy for people to use his music. He asked for a donation, but said, you know, you can still use it even if you don't. So potentially you could have it for free. I did send him a donation, but yeah, it's I quite like it. And then the odd song that pops up now and again is by my mate Alan, who I was talking about earlier. He's let me use a few songs. And he's going to try and make me some more, which will be great. But I told him, you know, there seems to be a big community of Twitch users and YouTube users that need permission to use music. So he's thinking about getting a website set up. So when he does, I'll put a link on my profile. Rocky Mountains, yeah. So one of my hobbies is, I don't know if you've heard of it, it's called wild camping. So it's like hiking up a mountain and camping out for the night, maybe next to a lake, and having something to eat, and just getting back to basics really. And one day my wife came home and said, oh, me and my friend are going to go to Vegas, if that's okay. And I'd always wanted to go to Colorado, so I was like, yeah, sure, but I'm going to Colorado. And I think I had my tickets booked 2 weeks later, and I was there. I think 6 months later. I just lived and breathed it for 6 months, researching it. And so yeah, first week I got higher and higher up into the mountains, just doing day walks from my campsite in the town where I was staying. I was staying in a place called Estes Park, and then I booked in with the rangers and told them where I was going to be staying for the final week, and I spent 6 days in the backcountry, just me, my fishing rod, and a tent, and I think I had a bag of couscous as well, just in case. But I mostly caught fish and ate them, and had some sugary sweets for a bit more energy, and yeah, had a great time. Absolutely stunning place. Really recommend it. Lovely people. Didn't meet that many people when I was in the backcountry, but in the first week everyone was really lovely to me, even though a little bemused about the funny English guy that was wandering around. But man, the first 2 days, what a headache I had. Woke up on the first morning, I'd had a couple of beers at the airport when I arrived, but woke up in the morning in my tent and my head was splitting in half, and had to wait until about, I don't know, 7, 8 in the morning until the campsite shop opened, and spoke to the lady, and she said, oh, it'd be altitude sickness. And she gave me some tablets and said drink water all day and all night, so I did. Just constantly guzzling water all day, and finally by, I think, the end of day 2 my headache had gone, but that was bad. Hey Strife, how you doing? What are you up to tonight, Strife? I'm just painting up some halflings for the game Ark World. Don't know if you're familiar with it. And the first 20 minutes of the stream I was doing the 20-minute challenge, which was a bit stressful and a bit of a panic, but I managed to paint that in 20 minutes, which I'm quite pleased with. And then next I was finishing off this guy, the Albionic and Lowlander for the game Ark World. So just working on these halflings now. Strife, that accent sounds familiar. Go on then, have a guess. The Primitive Technology channel. Okay, I'll check that out, thank you. Bit of work and painting a drop pod. Yes, please tweet me that. If you see at the top, if you use hashtag Boyzie2000UK to Instagram or tweet, it'll appear in the top right hand corner. We need to keep an eye out for Guy Mice's work as well, popping up. He's sent us some stuff. You sent that one the other day, didn't you? So keep my eye out. West Yorkshire somewhere. Spot on, fella. Yeah. Keighley, West Yorkshire. You've got a good ear for an accent there. Are you a Yorkshire man? Or lady? Thank you, Guy Mice. I'll let me click on that and save that for later. If you suddenly hear someone killing a bear or something like that, it's Guy Mice's fault. Keighley. My friends are from there. Well, I'm East Yorkshire, but spend a lot of time in Leeds. Very good. Small world. Keighley. Yeah, that is how you say it. Keighley. East Yorkshire. I was born up that way, East Yorkshire. Well, Cleveland, Saltburn, and lived around Loftus and Skinning Grove and Whitby. Lovely part of the country. One of my favourite parts of the country, to be honest. Now, for me, the only problem with painting so many miniatures is that you've got to do all the boring bits, and it takes so long. You just want to get stuck in and start highlighting and shading things and bringing things to life, but I've got six halflings here. I've got to all paint the same colours, so it gets a bit boring. I don't know if other people are like that. That's why I tend to play skirmish games. I don't think I could bear anymore painting a massive Warhammer or 40k army. Guy Mice is going to get some sleep. Thanks for the company and entertainment tonight. Well, good night, Guy Mice. Strife, yep, on that coast near Bridlington, Scarborough. It has its charm. So I went to university in Scarborough, so I've lived in Scarborough for 3 years. Lovely place. Okay, that'll do for now. Where was the guy that had missed his arms? Here he is. Did I ask you what you're working on, Strife? Let me have a look. Oh, a drop pod, wasn't it? Yeah. You're going to tweet that? That'd be nice. They're big, aren't they, the drop pods? Are you using an airbrush or just a traditional brush? Fair dues, mate, fair dues. Just a brush, good luck. That must be, I guess, depends how big your brush is, I suppose. Must be time consuming. Worth it though, great model. Right then. Let's give this guy another layer. So this guy went missing the other day, so he needs to catch up with the other halflings. He's not at the same stage as the other ones. For some reason I feel lighting's a bit dark today, but I've got more lights on. How weird's that? It seems to, the picture seems to have lightened by turning lights off. Tell me what people think. Is that better, or do you want me to turn those lights back on? Although I'm not sure I can see quite as well now. He's starting a new army. What are you going to be doing? What army are you going for? I haven't played 40k in years and years and years, and must admit I've avoided it a little bit because, like I say, I prefer skirmish games at the moment. But I've started to see some pictures of some Genestealer cults appearing on the internet, and I've always wanted a Genestealer cult since I was a little kid. And I don't know if it's 40k or is it a standalone game they're bringing out. I think I'm going to have to turn these lights back on. I can't see the models myself. Let's see what people say. So a bunch of hordes. Nice. Oh, that's better for me. I can see better now, but I don't know about you guys. I hope that's okay. So, just starting to work the shades a little bit on this guy. So pushing some darker colour into anywhere where the light wouldn't be able to get. So especially where two materials meet. So like where his arm meets his hood, but especially under the arm where the light's just not going to get to. On his belly, where the belly meets the hood, we'll push a bit underneath the hood. Even round here, where it's starting to go under his arm and meets the, some kind of bag, purse on his belt. So he's at a similar stage to the other ones now. I'd like something different. Yeah, my friend has Ultramarines and another Tau. I have DA, and these get started packs are good value. So is anyone? I'm totally not up to speed with what's going on with Games Workshop. So can someone explain to me what's happening with this Genestealer cult? I think I read somewhere it's going to be a box set, and is that actually going to be 40k or is it a standalone game? So I've mixed up an even darker green now, just to darken down the shades on all these halflings. So what I'm doing is ever so slightly moving closer to the shades than I was before with a darker colour. Just layering up that blend and using the second brush to transition. In such small areas you can't always push and pull, and you're just relying on that second brush to help you. Oh, sorry, you don't want to look at the wooden block, do you? Is it to do with Deathwatch game? I've heard that mentioned in the same sentences as the new Genestealer cult, so I'm guessing Deathwatch is a different game then to 40k, which is a shame in a way, but I'll see what it is, because I've always fancied fielding a Genestealer cult in a game of 40k. Playing the hobby a few months, so most is new to me. So how did you get introduced to the hobby then, Strife? creeping me out having that spider looking at me with its wee beady eyes. Just took the plunge after being interested for a few years. We played the Lord of the Rings game and pretty much any tabletop games so far. And bought some good stuff. So who's we? Is this your mates, family, local games club? So Sage is saying, I like that after you buy the starter set you can move on to buy an expansion box. Oh, I need to have a look at these. Didn't even realise they were doing starter boxes. I said to myself I wouldn't buy any more miniatures this year. I've got so many to paint. And it would be the year that they bring out Gene Stealer cults, wouldn't it? Typical. I used to have a big orc army for 40k. Still remember painting one of them. It was the doc. It was a doctor. I think, if I remember rightly, I was really chuffed with myself as a kid. I think I wrote Doc on his apron or something like that. And covered it in blood. It's a blast from the past. Wish I had pictures of all the miniatures I painted when I was a kid. Can anyone remember the first miniature they painted? Mine isn't a real miniature actually. I remember painting red berets onto soldiers, toy soldiers, when I was really small. Like little plastic, cheap plastic toy soldiers. go a stage darker. Oh. Stage darker with this green. I loved Airfix as a kid. Yeah, I did too, Strife. Again, I wish I had some pictures of. Used to my ceiling in my bedroom as a kid used to have loads of aeroplanes flying, hanging from fishing line. Nice memories. I'm actually I'm a member of a plastic modelers club in my hometown. I haven't had the chance to go for a while, but I started going just to kind of see if I can pick up some tips from like military modelers and plastic modelers, because at the time I was wanting to get into some larger models like robots and stuff. If you look on my profile and have a click through to my Cool Mini or Not page, there's my first large model that I painted on there. It's a big floating tugboat in the sky called Waldo. It was a bit intimidating because I've never really done a big model like that, not since a kid anyway, and I think it turned out alright. I was really pleased with it, and it was a really good experience, and I want to do something like it again. I've got some big robots waiting to be painted. I don't know if you've heard of a series of models called Machine Krieger. It's like got kind of World War II influences, but with robot mechs instead. It's quite interesting. Google the Machine Krieger. Anyway, once I've got a few of these projects out of the way, I'm going to start painting one on Twitch. Doomlock. Dark Elf Spearman in out of production. GW colours. Ah, that was your first model. Dark Elf Spearman. I remember I talked about this on the stream the other day. I remember the first real kind of war game in miniature that truly captured my imagination. My neighbour who got me into Dungeons and Dragons introduced me to this other guy in the town where I lived, who had Space Hulk, and he showed me this Terminator that he'd painted, and on the base was like some metal mesh and a Gene Stealer hand bursting through the mesh to try and grab the Terminator's leg, and it was just as a kid it was the coolest thing I'd ever seen, and that's just from that. I think that's why I look back and think that was the moment that kind of really captured my imagination and got me into wargaming and miniature painting. And I think one of the first models I can remember where I really took painting seriously was I think it was an Eldar. Was it Eldar Farseer? I think it was called. And I took ages and ages and ages on that model. It must have been late 90s maybe, just as the internet was kind of starting to get popular. And I remember seeing someone else's painted version, and I tried to emulate that, and I learned so much from trying to copy this guy's paint job on it. Wish I'd have kept that as well. I think it formed the part of an elder army I had, and sold it eventually. Always regretted that. I don't have it anymore. XSplit says my recording has stopped. Well, as long as the broadcast hasn't stopped. Oh, I've run out of space. That's not good. Oh dear, filled my hard drive. Just bear with me a second. I'm just going to empty that recording folder. Before my computer grinds to a halt because it's got no space now. That must have been a big file. Where's the recycle bin nowadays in Windows 10? I need to empty it. Just bear with me guys before my computer grinds to a halt. Anyone out there know where to find your recycle bin in Windows 10, or what to type in the search box? I've typed recycle bin and nothing comes up. Anyway, someone send me a message, just make sure the broadcast is going okay, because my main hard drive's only got 15 megabytes of space left. Disk cleanup. Ooh, that might have been a bad idea while I'm broadcasting. I've found it. It's emptying the recycle bin now, so hopefully create some more space on the computer. I'll have to look at that another time, see why it's so full. I normally rely on Twitch to create an archive, but today I told my computer to record this this stream because I wanted to upload it to YouTube in a bit of better quality, but looks like I'll have to change the directory that it does that to. Okay, let's start doing some highlights on the screen. Just change the paper in my wet palette. So I want to make this green a bit lighter now. So I'm gonna try adding a colour a bit similar to the leather on the rest of the hood, just to tie it in a little bit. Might not work, but we'll see. So I'm just adding a bit of it's called tan by Foundry to the original green that I was using. We'll see how that works out. Would someone mind just messaging me on the chat just to let me know that the stream's working okay? I'm just worrying that I got that warning about my hard drive running out of space and then no one's commented for a few minutes. It's okay to be quiet, but I'm just worried something's gone wrong. So I'm just painting in the opposite direction now to the shades, painting towards the light. Oh good, thank you Sage. Panic over. I think it was probably, I downloaded the Division beta the other day and it was like 25 gigabytes and my hard drive was pretty full of games already, so I think telling my streaming software to make a high quality recording of tonight was it's obviously taking it over the edge, but seeing that there was only 15 megabytes of space left panicked me a little bit there. So when you're mixing highlights and shades, it's always tempting to, you know, I suppose if you're looking at green you think, oh well, yellow is what you highlight and lighten green with, but sometimes it's nice to use different colours, and in this particular case I've used a similar colour to the leather that their hoods and other garments are going to be, so just to help tie things in together and make the model just work that little bit better. And it's light in the green and it's still a green. It's quite interesting how by doing the shades it actually makes some areas look brighter, because I've just highlighted that now, but it had already looked like it had been highlighted just by doing the shades. And you need to watch out for that sometimes. if you I often take a look at the highlights after I've done the shades and just think, would taking the shades make my highlights look brighter, or do I need to take the highlights brighter themselves? Well, more often than not, a bit of both, you know. Someone once said to me, and a really good painter I once knew, he's living in New Zealand now, but he once said to me, when you think you've finished your model, just take a look at it, and if you take your highlights 2 stages lighter and your shades 2 stages darker, you're probably about right. And it's stuck with me ever since that, and I think he was right. Because the temptation is to sometimes not go too far and not push that contrast, and it's that contrast that really helps us bring the models to life. And I've talked about this in streams before, it's that kind of illusion that we're going for. We're trying to fool the viewer's eye into thinking what it's looking at is something real, not a model. Sage, I have to practice my highlights and shading. Have you tried zenithal priming yet, Sage? Have I explained that before, where you paint the model black, spray it 45 degrees with grey, and then directly above with white, and what that does is it gives you a guide of where all your shades and highlights need to be. So anywhere that's black, you need to paint dark, and anywhere that's white, you know, needs to be very bright. Let me just get a model. I'm going to show you. Forgive me if I've shown this already, but I think this pirate's hat. So I've zenithal primed this, so if we look at it from down below, there's loads of dark areas. So I did it black, grey from 45 degrees, and then white from above. And his hat highlights it perfectly. So now when I paint this, I know that let's say I'm going to paint this hat leather colour, I know underneath here and around his head needs to be really, really dark leather, and then where it starts to go grey, a lighter leather colour, and then as it comes into the light, which is coming down from above, I know I need to have a very bright, light, leathery colour. And really it just takes the guesswork out of where your highlights and shades need to be, and it gives you an indication of how dark and how light they need to be as well. So what I tell some people to do, some of the people that come from me for lessons and stuff, is take a picture of the model at this stage, because eventually you will paint over that guide and then you can consult it again. And that seems to help some people. But you know, it's good for beginners, but you know, I still use it now. I think even I sometimes fail to figure out where a highlight and shade should be, or sometimes the zenithal priming, or pre-shading some people call it, you know, I might be painting a part of the model and the zenithal priming tells me that there should be a shade somewhere, and I think to myself, well, I never thought of putting one there myself, but it looks really cool. Oh no, I've just washed my brush in my drinking water. I was tempted to drink that now, but it probably won't do me any harm, but it doesn't look very appetizing now. Okay, I'm gonna make this go a little bit lighter now. It's starting to look like a much more khaki green. So, need to move a little bit closer to the light. And just feather where it meets the previous layer to help it blend. If you want to see a really good video of someone using two brush technique to blend, go to YouTube and type in Mike McVeigh blending, and I think there's two videos, it's in two parts, but you probably only need to watch the first part of him demonstrating blending with just the two brush technique. It's a really good video. My technique is a combination of layering, push-pull and two brush techniques, so kind of a combination of three, but he just in his video he just does two brush technique, and he does it very effectively as well, so I'd recommend having a look at that. We've all done that more than we'd like to admit. Well, wash your brush in your drinking water, or actually drink it. Maybe I would have drank it if nobody was watching. I don't know, shall be brutally honest, I think I probably would have done. I think I'm too embarrassed to drink it in front of all you guys now that you know I've washed my brush in it. It's too watered down. Maybe I had too much water in my brush from cleaning it. So, it's a careful balance you've got to do with blending sometimes, is figure out how much water needs to be in there. And what was happening then, I don't know if it was clear on the camera, but it was pooling more than it was adhering to the model, which kind of told me there was too much water on the brush. So I need to let that dry now. I'll come back to him again in a second. Ah, Mr. Warplock M, welcome, welcome. Where is this music from, Adam? I recognise it from somewhere. It is, I'll bring this one up. This is Banjo-Kazooie. They're all, a lot of songs we're listening to here are all taken from classic video games. Sage, I put my my brush in the coffee once and drank it afterwards. I hope you're talking about your brush. The only way I noticed it was that there was a little film. Ooh. So sorry to embarrass Mr. Warplock M, but for people who don't know, I am very privileged to have the sculptor in the chat room again of the models that I am painting tonight, which is a pretty cool thing, although a little intimidating to be painting the models of the man who sculpted them. But anyone in the room right now who's got any questions for a sculptor, I know Warplock M doesn't mind. answering a few questions. While you're in the room, Alex, feast your eyes on the Lowlander. If you can get a good shot of him, I'm pretty chuffed with him. I don't know if it's what you envisaged when you were sculpting him, but I mean, as soon as I saw him, I said to you, you know, what an amazing sculpt, and couldn't wait to paint it. It's been a pleasure to paint. I got challenged to do a 20-minute painting challenge earlier, so this isn't to my normal standard of painting your miniatures, mate, so don't be too shocked. So I had to do it in 20 minutes, but I decided to paint the arachnid. Again, everyone, this is Warplock M sculpted this, so yeah, 20-minute challenge. I mean, I'll finish him off, but yeah, well, I was researching on the internet today and saw a blue spider with orange stripy legs, so I tried to recreate that in 20 minutes. Oh, you like the battle damage on the shield? Yeah, thank you. I think it was 1 or 2 videos ago I was working on that. I think there's a way of highlighting within the video certain sections. I need to figure that out so people can go back and watch these things. But yeah, the first 20 minutes of this video today, watch it, me panicking and stressing out and trying to get this model painted in 20 minutes. I don't know if I can watch it back myself. Right, where are we up to? So I think I've highlighted those ones. I think I needed to do this guy's back again because there was too much water on it. So not long to go for the Kickstarter, Alex. I think I need to go see the doctor. My memory's terrible. I think it's either tomorrow or the next few days, isn't it? The orange reminds me of District 9. Trying to think what's orange in District 9. Do you have an idea how long you'll be streaming? I'd like to grab some food. I will be streaming until about 11 o'clock, so another 50 minutes, maybe a bit longer. I don't. My first appointment at work isn't until around lunch tomorrow, so I'd see how I feel and how we get on. My back's starting to hurt a little bit at my knee, so we'll see, mate. But yeah, my schedule says I'll be paying till 11, so at least until 11. But I appreciate you wanting to stick around. Oh yeah, I'll let Warplock M explain to you, Strife, what the Kickstarter is. I'm painting what I've been painting tonight is part of the Kickstarter. I've been lucky enough to get my hands on them early. So the troll that I was showing earlier, that's part of it. These halflings are, the Lowlander. The spider isn't, that's one of Alex's previous models for the game. Thanks, Sage. Strife is relaunching ours in the next few months. So what have you been working on, Strife? paint this green even lighter. Bear with me, Alex, I'll add you as a regular and then you can post links, because you're well, obviously an annoying person, so if you abuse me with dodgy links I'll come round and get you. How do I do that? Regulars, add user, what's your handle again? Waplock M. Okay, I've added you as a regular now, Alex, so you should be able to post links. A card game. I like a good card game now against Strife. Post, oh, you can't post links, can you? Oh, what the heck, I'll put you as a regular as well. Strife 169. Just don't bombard me with too many links. Strife. Strife. There's something wrong with my memory, I can't even remember a simple number. Catch up, I'll defo pledge. Sweet, I've just tweeted you, Adam. Our website and social media are still alive but not relaunched. Kickstarter, Haven Titan Command card game. Let's have a quick look. Ooh. Cool, I'll have a closer look. I'll leave that window open and have a closer look later. Cool, well, I'll keep my eye out on that. You can post the link now, Alex, if you want, rather than tweeting me it. I didn't think I'd be into listening to video game music. Well, I guess they are remixes though, but quite nostalgic. Mech card game, cool. Well, I like mechs. How long is the gameplay? What are you doing tonight, Alex? Are you sculpting at the moment? I told you the halfling that went missing turned up. He was in my dice bag and left there from York. I was about to start interrogating my little boy. I saw you you were working on the video for the Kickstarter page. You were saying couldn't. I didn't get a chance to watch it, but I will watch it later. Have you had a chance to work on the rules videos that we were doing, or I guess Kickstarter's your main priority at the moment, isn't it? Yeah, I have ways of making you talk, Seth. Oh, thanks, mate. And Jeff, I'll start working on it once the Kickstarter is on its way. Yeah, I feel like I'm bombarding your Facebook page with links of me painting the models, and I think people are appreciating it. There isn't that many people responding, but I hope people are enjoying me seeing me painting the models before they come out. I guess there's not many Kickstarters that come and go that you get to see the miniatures for so long up close and someone painting them. Though I guess that's quite unique, isn't it? What do you think to this colour scheme, Alex? I wanted to go for something a bit earthy for these rangers, imagining them sneaking around. Kind words, Alex, thank you. They are a pleasure to paint there. I've got to say the Lowlander and Old Grog were so much fun to paint. I mean, Old Grog, because he's so big, I could really go to town on messing around with textures and mottling his flesh. So I guess because of such large areas of smooth skin, I could do all sorts of interesting things with it. It was quite an interesting paint job, that one. I enjoyed it. A few people said they weren't very keen on the purple that I chose for the Lowlander, but I quite like it. Well, if need be, Alex, I can always download. I've been archiving them on YouTube, so I could always download them from there. Yeah, that's a great point, Strife. Yeah, you do. A lot of Kickstarters. It's digital renders, isn't it? Which you know, are okay, but you don't really get a true feel for what they're going to be like. And I suppose with me doing these, there's been several hours now of at least 720p high definition footage of them up close next to the camera. There's an equal amount of high definition footage of my knuckles, unfortunately, but I'm getting better, I think. I haven't made a playlist yet, no, Alex, but I could easily make one, yeah. Sorry, I'm just holding my breath a little bit. I'm just very close to the highest highlight now, so it's quite a small space I'm trying to blend with these. I'm guessing you're getting an extreme close-up of my head as well. Will you look at the size of his head? I bet he cries himself to sleep that night on his huge pillow. Anyone know what film that is? I'll reveal in a couple of minutes if no one guesses. Maybe you can't from my terrible impression. So the good thing about the second brush is I put way too much paint on the model then, and instead of panicking, I knew that I could go in and remove as much or as little as I wanted with a second brush. I'll give it one more minute. Will you look at the size of his head? I bet he goes to sleep. He'll cry himself to sleep on his huge pillow. Ha! Strife wins. So I married an axe murderer. Well done. Elephant Man? He's saying I look like Elephant Man. Yeah. Mike, one of Mike Myers' films before Austin Powers. That was it's a really funny film. So I Married an Axe Murderer. He plays his Scottish dad as well, and his brother has got a big head of curly hair, and his dad's always taking the mick out of him for having a massive head. Okay, I think we need to do a bit of edging now, so go a little bit thicker with the paint. We need to go a little bit lighter. So we've been using quite watered down paints to help us blend, but those watered down paints won't stick to edges very well. So I'm going slightly thicker than I normally would. Sorry, I'm being quiet, I'm just holding my breath a little bit again, just to concentrate. Ooh, have I just painted his face? No. So, like I've probably done in other videos, see if I can get this in focus. I'm just going to... So these are rangers that have been racing through the undergrowth, that have been in battles. So I'm just going to do little nicks and feathering stripes on his sleeves there, just to represent that he's taken some damage, starting to fray. Okay, I'm quite pleased with the green on that guy. Now the problem with having thicker paint is it's starting to dry out on my brush and causing a few problems for me, but it's not too bad. I'm just going to try and do some damage to this cuff there. So we're in the kind of traditional Games Workshop approach to painting. I don't know if you can see at the bottom edge of his shirt there, you would probably do very light because they tend to lighten all sharp edges, but actually there's no light coming from above if we're obeying underneath a lighting getting to that edge, so we don't really need to highlight it. Do a little bit where there's where the fold is facing upwards, but the other edges that are in the dark I'm not going to highlight. While on this one, the bottom of his shirt is at an angle that points out, so it is receiving light. So that's why I've edge highlighted that. Male Modelling is now following. Thank you, Male Modelling. Nice to see you. As soon as I've got a new follower, I'll bring up the giveaway screen. So I'm not sure if you're aware, Male Modelling, that this month I'm giving away this model, the limited edition Guild Ball boiler is called. I didn't make many of these, and it's been sat on my shelf gathering dust, so I thought it'd be a nice thing to give away, say thank you to all my followers and all the people that have been helping me learn and settle into Twitch. So at the end of the month I'm going to do a random draw, and you may be within a chance of winning that, so thanks for following. What are you up to tonight? Have you been doing any painting, or what's going on there? If you are, you can tweet or Instagram me a message with the hashtag Boyzie2000UK, and it'll appear in the tile above my head. Earlier in the video, I was taking part in the 20-minute challenge that Ace Paints, one of my fellow brush lickers, set. I'll show you the model. So we had to choose a model and paint it in 20 minutes, which was quite a tough challenge. So this is an Arc World spider I decided to do. So if you get the chance, maybe re-watch this video when it's gone into the archive, the first 20 minutes. Oh, excuse me. And then earlier I was painting my Arc World Lowlander. I think he's as good as finished now, I just need to do his base. And then I moved on to these halflings. Magnetizing crisis suits. Huh. It's a good move, magnetizing things like that though, isn't it? It's gives you so many more options and flexibility. If you've got different weapon choices and things like that. I did did some, oh, what were the big space marine things called? Centurions, I think they were called. I did some of them a year or so ago and magnetised their weapons. Oh, that's good. Guy-Mice was talking about that challenge. Excited to see what everyone comes up with. Yeah, I think there's a few people to do their challenges yet. I know Guy-Mice is to do his yet, and somebody popped in earlier. God, what is wrong with my memory? I do apologise, whoever it was popped in earlier was saying that they were going to be doing their challenge as well soon. So male modelling, if you are wondering about these models, then the actual sculptor is in the chat room with us. Warplock M, you might see his name above you in the chat. If you've got any questions about sculpting or these sculpts that I've been painting, fire away. It's not very often you get to paint a miniature and have a chat with the sculptor as well, so that's been pretty cool. Yeah, I bet the magnet producers are loving the wargaming scene. All those wargaming geeks buying magnets all of a sudden, improving their stocks and shares. I think I've watered this paint down a little bit too much for edging, I don't know, we'll see. So like on the others, I'm just dabbing away at these edges to give them a damaged, frayed effect. What I'll demo something here in a second on this guide. Sometimes it can look a bit cartoony, but I'm gonna take most of the paint off the brush. And what you can do sometimes, like I say, it can look a bit cartoony, but you can just do little scratches, hatch marks. Don't know if that's showing up on camera. Just simulate a little bit of texture in the fabric that isn't in the sculpt. I mean, it would be impossible to sculpt a thread in a fabric. And what that does is just simulates that, and that it's been worn away and scratched a little bit. How cool is that, male modelling? So, well, having the having the sculptor in the chat room, yeah, I'm quite privileged to have that on my stream. So I presume he's still in the room. He was chatting earlier, so maybe fire a question at him. It's slightly intimidating as well, male model. Oh yep, there he is, he's saying hi. Painting, you know, obviously Alex the sculptor has spent hours and hours and hours creating these, and then to be painting them in front of him is a bit weird, but cool. drifting in and out of sleep. Or consciousness. Are you drinking? It's a busy job, this wargaming lark. It is for you, Mr. Huntley. A little cottage industry that's growing and growing. A few weeks back I had the privilege of visiting Alex's headquarters in good old East Yorkshire. It was fascinating to see the process of how the models are made and sculpted. I'm really struggling with this light. Yeah. Seeing his dad actually cast the resin models was fascinating because I absolutely love resin, and it was great to see how it's actually made, because I've painted hundreds of resin models in my time, but never seen them being made before. That was pretty cool. Oh yeah, Stripe, you're in the northeast, aren't you? It was what was the name of the town? I want to say Darlington, but it's not. Driftfield, near Driftfield. Lovely place. Okay, I don't like using white too much, but I'm just going to restrict it to the brightest parts, or anywhere that's I want to simulate a bigger cut in the fabric of time and space. A little bit too much. Missed the boat there. I think it's slightly thicker than I normally use to make it stick to the edge. I couldn't wipe that off in time. Yep, I've been stroking a lot of midgets tonight, mate. I'm not sure all of them have liked it though. I think I'm just going to put a little bit of flow enhancer in this white. It's like I said, I want it to be thick so it sticks to these sharp edges, but it's drying out by the time I get it to the model. Let's see if this helps. I'm alright, thank you, Broken Colony. Yeah, enjoying myself tonight, getting through these halflings. I've got quite a few of them to get painted up. I don't know if you saw it earlier, I was doing the 20-minute challenge that's been knocking around on the Twitch painters. I don't know if you're doing it, mate, but this is what I did for it. Quite a hilarious challenge in the first 20 minutes of this stream, so you'll have to maybe watch the archive back later. Me panicking around and my airbrush getting blocked, but I think it's not turned out too bad. It's amazing how quickly 20 minutes goes by. What are you working on tonight? Don't forget you can send me a tweet or an Instagram using hashtag Boyzie2000UK and it'll appear above my head. Up there. So I think the frayed edges work quite well on this guy. Don't know if you can see that on camera. Just been fraying the edges. Might do the challenge twice. Awesome. Yeah. A glutton for punishment. It was fun, but it's not something I'd like to do too often. Although I do need to perhaps learn to paint a bit quicker. It's quite a slow style I have, I think. That's why I don't tend to do commissions very often, because I take so long to paint. Just paying myself pence rather than pounds. Oh, you're doing Gundam. Isn't someone else doing Gundam, or was that you that mentioned it earlier? Just going back through the chats. I lost it. Might be new. Someone else I think was building some Gundams, but that might be new. Yeah, I did. I cheated. I used an airbrush. Still fun though. Yeah, maybe I should do it again with just a brush. I think it was quite good for the viewers to see what can be achieved with an airbrush so quickly. I guess that's what the whole challenge is about, is having fun and showing things to different people. Okay, I've had enough of this green colour for now. I'll move back onto the leather. Hey Ace! We were just talking about you. I've done the 20-minute challenge. I did cheat, I used an airbrush for most of it, but I think it was quite entertaining for people to watch me splutter and panic when it blocked for 20 minutes, but managed to knock out this Arc World spider arachnid. So I need to re-look at your instructions and see how I go about doing that and putting it in the highlights of the video I think you mentioned. But yeah, it was good fun, a bit stressful, but I enjoyed it. Right then, let's get back on doing the leather on these halflings. So, I need that colour. So I'm using Foundry's Deep Leather. This is the shade colour. This is probably too dark to begin with, so I need to find whatever I've done with the original. There it is, so the 45B. And I'll probably mix it 50-50 to get a shade that I'm comfortable to start with. I don't want to jump too far because it makes blending difficult. So what I tend to do is I put the two colours next to each other on the palette and then kind of judge if that's a big jump, and looking at them now, it is a big jump from one to the other, so that would make blending not impossible, but a bit difficult. So I've mixed them 50-50. Start working the shades on these halflings' leather hoods and clothing now. Got quite an interesting area to shade here, so his head's causing a shadow on this leather here, while over here, over his shoulder, we'll have to highlight areas of this because with the light coming down in between his sword and his helmet, it's receiving a bit of light, so it's going to be quite an interesting part of the model. So Ace, how many people have taken part in the challenge so far, or taken up the challenge? I saw Dendra had posted his. He was up at the crack of doom last night, doing it if the time was correct on on the archived video I saw. I feel like I'm cutting corners slightly with these models, but I think that's a symptom of painting so many at the same time. I tend to normally just paint one miniature at a time, which is obviously time consuming, and I feel that I'm cutting corners slightly to try and get these done. His arm here is a nice example. So this armour plate is going to cause a shadow obviously on the arm of his shirt, but as the arm is also, you could consider it a cylinder, as it falls away underneath the arm, there's no light getting there, so I want to start painting that dark. And even on the top of the arm, that's receiving nice little lots of light where it hits, where it meets the armour shoulder pad. That's going to cause a shadow on the arm, so we need to paint a shadow in there. I just need to paint this bit off camera, I don't think I can get in there. It's just a little bit I'd missed behind his shield. There we go, done that. Doomlock, I'm a very slow painter, crazy slow, but I don't have an airbrush, so I might be a good change of pace. So many fingers to paint. Yeah, I mean airbrush do really speed things up. But yeah, I'm a super slow painter, but I think I have got faster over the years, but I'm still quite slow, I think, compared to some painters. Ace, I don't know if you know, you'll probably see a name further up the chat, a guy called Warplock M. He's the actual sculptor of these models that I've been painting tonight, and the Lowlander that I was painting earlier on. He sculpted that, and a spider that I speed painted, and you probably saw me doing Old Grog, the troll, the other day. Warplock M sculpted that, so if you've got any sculpting questions, I know Warplock M's quite happy to be answering questions. He's been in my stream before, so it's quite a nice privilege to have a sculptor available in the chat while you're actually painting these miniatures. It's quite strange, but pretty cool. Ah, got a new tweet from Warplock M. There's his Kickstarter in the box above my head then. Oh, it's gone now. He's just about to launch a Kickstarter for all these miniatures. I was lucky enough to get my hands on them a bit early to get painted up. I just need to get inside his hood there, so I might get my fingers in the way, so sorry. These are starting to come alive now. I'm quite pleased with them so far. Captain's looking pretty cool. People often ask me what size brush I use for painting. This is what I'm using. This is a size 1. For situations like this, you can do big sweeping blends with it, but it's got a sharp enough point to do quite fine detail as well. And I use Kolinsky sable brushes, so they hold much more paint than normal sable brushes. So. And they seem to hold onto it a bit better, so I use quite wet paint, quite watered down paint, and with a sable brush it has a tendency to just come, as soon as you touch it on the model, it all comes flooding off the brush and it goes all over the model. Well, you seem to have much more control with Kolinsky sable. Obviously you've got to pay a little bit more, but it's worth it in my opinion. These are Rosemary & Co.'s though, and she's by far the cheapest. I've tried the Winsor and Newtons and the Raphael 8404s, but these are Rosemary & Co. That's a 3.0 that I tend to use for eyeballs, but this one's worn away a bit. But yeah, this one behind my ear, well, that's all rubbing off as well. So maybe they don't have very good paint on the handles, but they're good brushes, much cheaper than other Kolinsky ones. Okay, let's darken down that shade a bit. Probably just use pure 45A now. It's quite a bit darker, but we'll be okay. Start with the captain. So just move a little bit closer to the shadows, to the shades. Another thing of having painting so many things, they get in the way on the painting table. I could never paint a full-on army anymore, I don't think. I'd find it too frustrating, I think. There's some midget love going on. Broken Colony's got a fetish, I think. Core blimey. Core blimey, governor. I always find people's usernames quite interesting. Where does Broken Colony come from? And Doomlock. Doomlock, you must have much more patience than me. I get quite bored quite quickly. When I get bored, I start cutting corners, or even just shelve a miniature and come back to it another time. And I've learnt over the years that I think painting large armies just isn't for me, really. It's probably why I became attracted to skirmish games. But I was saying earlier in the stream, this year I promised myself not to buy any more miniatures. I don't know how long that'll last, but it's sod's law that it's the year that they're bringing out a Gene Stealer Cults, and I've always wanted a Gene Stealer Cult since I was a little kid, and they're now bringing one out in the year that I said I wouldn't buy any miniatures. Typical. The music stopped. No, it's still going, just very quiet. Doomlock is his name shortened a little bit. That's either a really funny joke or you've got a very interesting name. Broken Colony, I'm a cripple, hence broken, and colony, as in Space Colony from Gundam. I was originally going to get disabled people's mental landscapes and make dioramas of them, decided against that for a while ago. I was originally going to get... Yeah, making an exception for the cult seems reasonable. Thanks. I'll have to watch my lock my credit card up. Just say you have to paint X models before you can buy it. So get painting. Ah, Dominic was telling the truth. Gundam's something I need to. I've got a load of it on my that kind of stuff loaded into my wish list on Anime Planet of stuff that I want to watch, but I just haven't got around to. I feel a bit overwhelmed. There's so much to choose from. I'm always a bit like that when I'm a bit behind on a TV series or something, and there's too much to choose from. I kind of get frozen by indecision. I don't know what to watch. Would there be any recommendations, Broken Colony? Blend's building up quite nice, I think, on that. Start with seed or 00. Right, let me just copy and paste that into a notepad. Okay, I'll have a look into that later, Broken Colony, thank you. Ah, good, newbie friendly, that's me. Well, I've got a few mechs to build. Broken Colony, have you heard of Machine Krieger? Those models? I've got a couple of them waiting to be painted up, so it's going to be one of my projects coming up. And you might see it appear in the box above my head. I'm after a Wego robot. It was made by Hasegawa, this particular kit, but I can't find it anywhere. It comes with a little boy wearing a pair of headphones. I've got a feeling it might be out of production now. I've spoken to Hobbylink Japan, and someone else when I was streaming the other day kindly sent me a link to another Japanese site to get models from, but they didn't have it either. Yeah, Strife has been. You might want to have a word with Strife, Broken Colony. He's been working on a mecha card game. He's about to launch on Kickstarter. That'd be interesting, getting them 3D sculpted and available. So you're considering them as pledge goals. CD is about two friends stuck on the other side of a war between normal humans and enhanced humans. To 000 is about a terrorist group who have technology far beyond what the nations have and decide to kill anyone who starts fighting. Brilliant. Fredzilla. Hey Fredzilla. Hey, I just saw my halflings go by from my dad's Facebook. Did you like them? Hey Freddy! Did I like them? They were blooming amazing, mate. Really, really good. Thanks for stepping in and watching my stream. I think it's who I think it is, Freddy, that we did a demo for in York at Arc World. Yeah, your dad's. You'll see them pop above my head in the box up there. Some of your models that you've been painting. If it's who I think it is. But yeah, I'm painting some of the halflings as well. I was saying, Freddie, I think you're a painter to watch. I'm not sure how old you are, but I know you're quite young. If it's who I think it is, and your painting skills are excellent. So if you keep practicing, I think you're going to be a painter to watch out for. It is you, Freddie. Nice one. Well, yeah, I've been very, very impressed. I know Alex, the sculptor, he's in the chat room somewhere. Say hi to him, Warplock M. I know he's been impressed with your painting as well. So if you've got any questions, Freddie, fire away. I don't know if you've just joined the room, so I'll show you what I've been getting up to tonight. This is the Lowlander from Arc World. He's for the Albionicans. I think he's pretty much finished now. I just need to do his base. I'm quite pleased with the damage on his shield. That's all painted on. It's not really sculpted on it. And then at the beginning of the video, I was challenged to do a model in 20 minutes. So I painted this arachnid from Arc World. I saw a spider online that inspired me. While I was researching how to paint it, there was a blue spider with orange stripes, so that was quite difficult in 20 minutes. And then yeah, just working on all the halflings. So let's need my colour wheel, take this shade a bit darker. So rather than using a black, so it's kind of an orangey brown is this leather, so instead of using a black, a complementary colour would be a blue. So let's try putting a bit of blue into this shade and see what happens rather than black. So Freddie's 13 and he's been forced to paint since he was 3. Well, I hope you can see the benefit of those years of painting, Freddie, because you've, for your age, you're an excellent painter. So well done, mate. And well done to whoever it was that forced you. I'm guessing your dad. Let's choose a blue to put into this. Dark Prussian Blue by Vallejo. I'll try that one. So yeah, if you don't have a colour wheel, I'd definitely consider getting one, guys. Just help you figure out nice colour schemes. I mean, I'm no expert. I get plenty of things, models that looking not very nice, but it also helps you figure out some interesting colours to put in the shades and highlights rather than relying on black always to darken your shadows and white to always lighten your highlights. Colour wheel can help you identify what colours can work together, and it's usually recommended that you try the opposite colour to what you're using on the colour wheel. So in this case, this lever is kind of an orangey brown, and looking across the colour wheel it was a dark blue. So I've added a bit of blue into the colour to darken it down. So, have you been enjoying playing ArcWorld since I did the demo for you, Freddie? It was good fun on the day, wasn't it? We had a good game. Was it in your game that the troll ate the lowlander and spat him off the board? I think it was. I was just saying the lowlander's one of my favourite sculpts that Alex has done, and on paper his stats look really good, but I haven't seen him do much yet because the troll ate him. Have you used Peloton? I don't know what that is, Strife. Peloton. Painting palette, is that an app for like a colour wheel, online colour wheel maybe? Would be my guess. I think you can, Strife. I think I added you earlier as a regular. So yeah, go ahead and post a link. Have a quick look at that. It says web page is not available at the moment. I don't know if that's a problem at my end or their end. Thanks, Strife. Well, I'll leave that window open and refresh it later and see if it works. But yeah, it doesn't seem to be working for me, that website at the moment. Oh yeah, that's working now. Oh wow. I need to have a play around with this. Right, I'll have a look at that later. That looks interesting. Colour scheme, colour palette. Yeah, so if we choose an orangey brown leathery colour. Yeah, tealy blue would be, so maybe I could do their, maybe do some teal somewhere on them.
Thanks, Strife. Appreciated. Right, I'm just going to paint a bit off camera a second. I've just noticed I've missed a bit behind the shield. I need to get in behind there. Like I was saying, this is going to be a really interesting part on this model. Right? There's the light's hitting his leather bit here, but his head is causing a nice shadow on that section there, so it's going to be quite fun to paint. I'm sure it's second nature to people who have a clue. Well, it's certainly not to me. I really rely on a colour wheel, so and I must admit I don't fully understand the theory. I know how to kind of use colour theory, but I do need to research it a little bit more. Fred, yes, it was a very good game. We haven't played between ourselves yet, just painting the miniatures, thinking of purchasing a troll for my sister so she can get involved. Oh, I was about to say, is he trying to drop her a hint? And yes, it was our game where old Grogay the Lowlander had killed 2 crossbowmen in one turn. Then we went on to eat the captain. Yeah, that was an evil game. If I remember rightly, Freddie, you were a pretty evil tactician. Oh, Freddie, before I forget, if you are following me, I don't know if you are, but you should follow my channel. And this month, to say thank you to all my followers and the welcome that I've had on Twitch, I am giving away this model. It's a limited edition boiler for the game Guild Ball that I've had painted a while now, and it's just been gathering dust so far. You know, why not give it away to a good home and someone who may enjoy it, and just a way of saying thank you. So make sure you're following me, and at the end of the month, in about a week's time, I'll draw someone at random. Just to warn you guys, I think I'm going to call it a day about midnight, so it's 11:30 now, so another half an hour and then I better get some sleep. But I've put a schedule up on my profile now, so this is going to be a regular slot starting at 8 and to about 11 I've said, but maybe beyond depending how I'm feeling. Same on Mondays, 8 while 11. And then I think it's from the 16th of March I'm going to try doing a Wednesday afternoon slot depending on work and appointments, so be great to have you all with me and keep me company. The blending on this one's showing up quite nice. I mean, we haven't even done the highlights yet, but I'm already getting a nice blend into the shades. It's working quite well. Well, I think that blue in the shadows was a good idea. It's a little bit better than just going black. Yes, I'm following my dad said about the giveaway. Oh, so yes, I'm following my dad said about the giveaway. And we used to play Guild Ball. Cool. Well, you never know, Freddy, you might win. Yeah, it's a good game, Guild Ball, but I ended up playing more on Vassal than I did in real life. It's hard to find local players that were into it. Just to let people know as well, you might see ticking across the top, it's a couple of people that have kindly donated to me, and as a way of saying thank you to anyone who donates, and you don't have to, but it all helps keep the channel running, and I am trying to save up for a new compressor, and a way to say thank you to people who do help out. Again, I'm going to pick someone at random. For every £1 you donate, you'll get a ticket entry into a draw, and I will draw someone to have an hour's private consultation with me. If someone's interested in that, we can do a Skype or a video conference, and we can just maybe paint together or just chat together about your painting if you need some help. So bear that in mind, guys. Okay, let's add some more blue. Oops, that's too blue. Could do with a palette cam, couldn't I? And you guys can see what's going on in the palette. Okay, this is going to be a bit of a risk. It's quite blue is this, but it's very dark. So it's kind of the contrast I'm going for, but let's see. Get that in camera. So you can probably see I'm constantly coming in with that second brush. It's a dirty habit, but I put it in my mouth first, make sure it's wet, and then just feather the edge where I've laid down the paint just to help it blend into the previous layer. And like I said earlier, get yourself on YouTube and type in Mike McVeigh blending. He's done some excellent videos of two brush blending. Freddie's painting his halflings while watching the stream. Excellent. Well, you have to make sure you keep tweeting some pictures of them to me, Freddie. And, it's nice to hear you painting along. I need to put a list of other painters on my profile, Freddie. There's some absolutely great painters on Twitch. You know, just about any time you turn on Twitch, there'll be, if you go to the creative section, there'll be someone painting. Probably the best thing to do is to search for a group on Twitch called the Brush Lickers, and that's a group of which I'm a member of. Some really good painters and really friendly group, always offering advice and helping people, and some of them, you know, are on nearly every day, so there's always someone to watch paint or just paint along with or chat with. You know, and even the people in the chat rooms, there's always people sharing advice and us asking questions. It's good. Like your good selves that have joined me tonight. Whoops, that's off camera, sorry. So there's about 20 minutes to go, and then I'll be getting off to bed, I think. I'm really starting to like this colour. I think adding the blue is giving it an almost green tinge, which I think is going to, in the shadows, which is going to work quite well with that kind of earthy camouflage look I was going for, and will go quite well with the green that's in their tunic. You're welcome, Freddie, and thank you for your kind words. Yeah, I think probably the best place to start with blending would be, at the very least, try what's called two brush technique. And like I say, if you type in Mike McVeigh, M-C-V-E-Y, yeah, Mike McVeigh, in YouTube, Mike McVeigh blending, and he does 2 videos, I think it is, but you can learn it from the first video really, on two brush blending, and then take it from there really. Then I would maybe look into layering, or what the French painters call juicing, which is just kind of what I do with really watered down paints. You're just building up. Let me get a piece of paper, Freddie, I'm going to show you an example. So, let me get bit of paint. See if I can do this on camera. It's a bit difficult. So layering is, let's say this is light over here and this is shadow, and we're pushing the pigment into the shadow. It's a bit difficult on paper, but let's say that's layer 1, and then we move a little bit closer, layer 2, let it dry, move a little bit closer, layer 3, move a little bit closer, layer 4, move a little bit closer, layer 5. And it hasn't really worked all that well on paper, but this has had 1 layer, that's had 2, that's had 3 layers, that's had 4, that's had 5. And, it hasn't shown on paper, but the theory is it gets darker and darker because this has had more layers than that one. And then and then you can combine that with second brush. So when I did each layer, you could have come in with the second brush and just feathered where that layer started, and that's layering really. Can't remember which model I was working on. It was this one, I think. I think the other important tip I would suggest is, if you can get an airbrush, then get one, even if it's just for priming your models. And I would really recommend what's called zenithal priming, or some people call it pre-shading. You can do it with cans, and you'll need a black can of primer, a grey can of primer, and a white can of primer. And what it does is it really helps you figure out where your shades and your highlights need to be. Because most people paint what's called, I can't remember what it's called actually, it's kind of the Games Workshop-y, or the old Games Workshop-y style, where it's like, I think they call it global lighting, so the light's coming from all directions, and it can look cool. But seems to be the most popular style of painting, and what I do 99% of the time is what's called zenithal lighting, and that's light coming from straight down. So if you paint your model black, grey from 45 degrees and white from above, that will give you almost a paint by numbers. You know those, as you do as a kid, those pictures where if it's blue, number 5, you do all the 5s blue, and etc. Well, it's a bit like that, I suppose. It's telling you exactly where your shades and your lights need to be. So anywhere that's black, you know that needs to be very, very dark, and anywhere that's white, you know, needs to be very light when you're painting it. You know, and it just takes the guesswork out of it. Why make things difficult for yourself when you can have a guide right in front of you telling you where everything needs to go? I'm doing watercolour at school for a big project throughout the year, but I haven't yet tried to transfer it over to painting. I don't know if you've misunderstood me there slightly, or we're talking about, I don't use watercolours, I just water my paints down a lot. Or maybe you've been learning some blending at school with watercolours that maybe you can transfer over. That'd be quite interesting, because I guess in watercolours on paper you need to layer the colours up to get different tones and shades. Right, 10 minutes guys, and then I think I'll call it a day. Just realised I've missed this. This halfling's causing me problems. He went missing the other day, and now he was sat over in the corner. I'd completely forgotten about him, and I've moved on several colours since. So I'm going to have to try and do a mend here. And so this is a lesson in blending with a colour that's far too darker than. So when I was talking earlier, you don't want your colours to jump too far. Well, I'm being forced to with this model because he's missed several stages because he was hiding in the corner. So what you need to do is be really careful that your paint's nice and thin and you're layering it up carefully and using your second brush to help blend, because you're making the job much harder for yourself because it's such a jumping colour. And I'm being lazy, I can't be bothered mixing the previous colours up again. Okay, got away with that I think. So this last shade is more blue than anything else, so I need to be careful here. Don't want it to look too blue in their shades, but ooh, it does look kind of nice though. Just goes to show it's good to experiment sometimes. I think that blue looks really nice in that shadow there. We haven't even done the highlights yet, but it's looking quite pleased with it so far. You told us about the priming at different angles with different sprays that they're showing you. We tried it on all our, was it really helped? Actually, now you say that, Freddie, I think I have. I did wonder when you were posting some photos, or your dad was, I did wonder to myself if you'd been doing that. That's good, I'm glad it helped. So there's only about 6 minutes left, everyone. Whoops, sorry, keep hitting the camera. Sorry, keep getting my fingers in the way. This one's turning out to be my favourite. I quite like the hood. So I'm really restricting this really dark colour just to the darkest sections. So in the explanation I was giving a moment ago, I suppose this would be the areas on when I first zenithal primed it. The very black areas will be receiving this colour. Okay, that's that done. Let's have a quick look at them all. So I'm back on air 8 o'clock tomorrow evening, so start the highlights of this colour then, I think. Good night, Strife. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for the links, etc. Right, folks. That's me done for the evening, I think. Thanks for all hanging out for the evening and keeping me company, and your questions and all the links that people have been sharing. You're welcome, Mail Modelling. Thank you very much. That's really kind of you. Again, thanks for your company. It wouldn't be worth doing these if you guys didn't hang out and keep me company and have someone to talk to. It'd be really strange. So thank you. I appreciate it, you taking the time to come and watch my stream. Yeah, see you tomorrow evening, 8 o'clock. I'll be back on. Goodbye, everyone. Oh, before I go, don't forget to, if you want to watch the 20-minute challenge, I'm going to be trying to figure out how to do the highlight and put it in the archive, so keep an eye out for that. Okay. You're welcome, Freddie. Take care.